Okay, I guess we can go ahead and start, can't we? Ah. Alright. Well, we got a mess here, don't we? That's okay. I'm a mess. Y'all know by now. Okay, so what we've got here is failure to communicate. No. I got a cool show for you guys, maybe. So this is something I'm actually pretty excited. I should probably turn on some more lights. Get a little bit more light going on here. And here. This is an ammo LED OLED laminated screen, touchscreen. This is going to be the first one of these that we've done on the channel. So, we'll get this Game Boy Color here. This thing is in terrible condition. The buttons are stuck, but it does turn on. So, we'll verify that real quick. So, this is going to be a pretty lengthy restoration process overall. What did I do with the robot? Require the batteries from the robot. What I do over here. What I do with the robot. Oh, there it is. There's the robot. Anduin, do not post that. Nick, thank you for your service. Foul X is not to be trusted. Okay. So pretty sure this thing worked when I bought it. Oh, there's definitely some corrosion there. Okay. See if we can scrape that corrosion off. There we go. I know this cartridge worked. So, anyway, turns on. Doesn't matter. I got other cartridge connectors if we need one. So anyway, the plans for this, we're going to put an OLED display on it. And let me find the box here. we're going to install it in this shell here. And I showed this off on stream the other night, but just in case y'all missed it. This is the shell. And I believe this is going to require some trimming, but it looks like it's pre-trimmed. This thing is awesome looking. Definitely a lot cooler in person. I say that all the time, but you know. Anyway, so without further ado, let's get into it. Mr. Andwinson, how are you today? Mr. Andwinson. How can you use the X if you have no hands? Okay, we're gonna clean thingy here, like my bench. So, I'll post some pictures in the Discord. I guess I can do it right now. Been doing some ham radio stuff. And I got power. I got a bunch of holes drilled in my truck. And I got an antenna mounted, and I got a hole punched through the firewall and a battery cable pulled through it and mounted to the battery. The other side's not hooked up yet. Come up there in June to see some torn down jet engines. Okay, what are we talking about here? Since I'm actually hoping to film I should probably clean up the workbench a little bit. Does that help some? Yeah. With my brush. Probably hit the cord too. Oh, cool. Can he get me a jet engine? I want to take one home with me. Is that possible, Mr. Andwinson? Hey, not a Time Lord. Thank you for the good luck. I will need it, because this is a questionable one. But we'll get through it. Hey, Chip Cow. Got the antenna installed and battery cables pulled. I feel like I accomplished something today. Tell him I would like a TF-30. That's Tango Foxtrot 30. It probably would, Mary. Actually, it'd probably end up out at the museum, but still. Well, if I got a TF30, it would end up in my living room. Or in the streaming room, one of the two. TF30. Don't think you're loading that one in the vet, my dude. TF-30. Got a new mattress? Your back will be very happy that you're not sleeping on a 16-year-old mattress. Nice. Okay. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be. Okay, we'll go back to the wider angle. In order to remove this here, we need to pull that one, and that one. Now, not a Time Lord over here with the big brain. That's what I'm talking about. I really should recap these. Well, I don't know. The TF30 is only a few hundred pounds. I don't think it would smash it. But I don't know exactly how long the Corvette could run it. With the stock fuel tank. It'd have enough to start it up and maybe run it at idle for a minute or two. So we would have to, we'd have to remove the engine completely from the front. TR1 Sklyan, welcome in. You know, I haven't even opened this on stream yet. Let's do this. I mean, not on stream, I just haven't opened this. I have to get a real knife. No. really want to be showing my address to everybody. I mean, like this? Wonder if this one works. The other one I got didn't, and I got this for like $10. So we'll play with this eventually. Maybe not tonight, but yeah, we'll play some Switch or something on it, you know? Anyway, where were we? This thing was definitely filthy, so let's see if we can clean it up a little bit. I have some deoxit here somewhere. If I were deoxit, where would I be? Somewhere in the immediate vicinity, I think. What did I do with my deoxit? Do. That's a really good question. We do not the X here. It's not to be trusted, nor is it to be mentioned. We may just have to work with some regular ass IPA. Where did I put my deoxin? I don't know. Here somewhere, I assume. There's some regular electronics cleaner here, which is fine. Okay, and then one of the installation things we have to do is actually trim these tabs all the way down. So I'll be doing that with my flush cutters. Whoever still uses flathead screwdrivers needs very bad things to happen to them. I don't know who still, in the year of our Lord 2026, thinks it's a good idea to design shit with flathead screwdrivers. They are worse than the X. That's saying something. For the X is not to be trusted. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Not a Time Lord. It actually wouldn't be that hard if you've got the right stuff to do it. Okay. Trisk, how are you doing, dude? I think we also have to trim the LED. But I think we should replace the LED, don't you guys? And in fact, what color LED should we replace it with? I'm glad the racing app's working well for you, dude. Sorry I haven't really felt up to racing lately. Maybe one of these days. Yeah, let's replace the LED. Checking here. I've got some right here. Green? Well, I don't want to do green. I think we should do blue. But which one is which? It's gonna be kind of hard to tell. I guess we could just do it that way. Where do I have those at? Definitely a fence. You are 100% correct. I'll make some. Let me go check this other box real quick. Oh yeah, that's what I thought. It fucked off. Okay. It's alright. So I need this box here. I think I've mentioned it already. I'm going to mention it again. I got a new YouTube video up. If you want to check it out, that'd be kind of groovy. And if not, that's cool too. Okay, test our. Okay, cool. Where's that money, Juice? Where's my money? Can't just come in here asking for things. Okay, so that one's red. Okay, so let's label these. Let me grab my tape. I think it's in the other room. Juice. I don't even know what to say, man. I got nothing. I got nothing, Juice. So these are red. Not the ones we want. Hey. Don't come in here with that you know. Well, this one's gonna be purple and blue. Okay, so these are red. Maybe we'll solder a light to that later. See what flavor this one is. "70-inch modded screen." Man, that's just an HDMI output at that point, dude. Come on. Nope, I don't want that one. Okay, we may have to just solder some wires on some of these guys. In fact, we'll probably do it like this. What are you? You will work. Let me go grab some. That's not gonna work. Grab some solid tipped wires. Let's do it like this. So, Juice, what's new with you, man? Okay, there we go. So we're on. Okay. That's positive wire. What are you up to, like 12 now? Okay. Let's shut this off. While I'm doing this. $13, 17 baby mamas. Why are you going to Cali, man? Oh, just visiting. Okay. Thought you were like moving. Okay, so I should be able to come over here. Okay, so that guy is... Okay, that one's yellow. I think that might be yellow. No, that's the one we had. So if we get this one out earlier. Okay, that one's red. Okay. He's over here. All right, let's grab the next one. Those are going to be yellow. That one's probably white. Oh, it doesn't even want to turn on. We get a bad one. They're cheap Chinese. Definitely a possibility. Or not enough voltage. What kind of rocket you want to build? Come on, get up there. Okay, we get good voltage. Wonder if that one just takes a little bit more. We can always do it that way. Should have some resistors somewhere. Well, how fast? What kind of payload do you want? Make sure these are good. That's not 75 ohms. That's 750 ohms. Okay, those are in the wrong drawer. So, it depends on what you want to build. So, once again, depending on what you want to build. Okay, 74 ohms. Okay, that'll work. Alright, what we're going to do here. Make myself some probes. Damn it. You little bastard. Okay, so there's our blue one right there. Okay. So in order to do high power rocketry, you do need a license. You need a permit. So basically the way it works is, I believe it's 3.3 pounds. Anything under 3.3 pounds or less than 4.4 ounces of propellant is considered model rocketry. So anything below that, you're good to go. You don't need a permit. You just need basically a place that you have permission to fly. So, well, there's basically medium power went away. There is only low power, high power, and what they call amateur rocketry. And the way your bank account is set up, unless things have changed drastically since the last time we spoke, you don't have the money to do amateur rocketry. I sure as hell don't. Because you're talking like 100 grand worth of propellant for that. So, okay. Why am I fighting with this thing? I literally have a thing for this. Okay. Where is it? Anyway, high power rocketry is not cheap either, but it's quite a bit more accessible. So for just regular rocketry, basically anything up to a G motor, which that's still some pretty impressive performance. You can go a mile high on a G motor and break the sound barrier. Okay, there we go. And now hopefully this guy will fit on here, and I'll have to do a little bit of a solder blob. Okay. Stick to playing video games. You can do high power rocketry. You can get your level 1 certification for about $200 if you play your cards right. I think I've probably spent $300 on my L1 cert. Let's see how that looks. It looks like looks like we got connection on both sides. So let's just leave that on. And come grab our leads. Don't need our resistors anymore. And let's see if that did. Okay. I may have that soldered in backwards too. I don't know what the polar. I should have checked the polarity of these damn things. It won't hurt them. They're diodes. That is part of what they do. If I zoom in a little bit more, you won't see the top of my head as much. So, but yeah, for low power rocketry, dude, you can do it for $30, if that. And you can do some really cool stuff with low power. Okay, let's try this. Look at that. All right, cool. It's kind of hard to see with all right, cool. All right. But yeah, for sure, dude. And I'll do a rocketry stream on here if you want. Like, I'm all about that. Let's go ahead and kind of clean that up a little bit. Need to change a resistor out, but I don't know if I've got the right stuff to do that or not. So anyway, let's get on with the instructions. I've built one on stream not too long ago. It was a little one, but you can go to Hobby Lobby, get one of the, like, an Alpha 3 starter set and a couple of motors, and you're basically good to go. Okay, which one was it? Was it this one? It was blue. No, that was yellow. I think it was you. No. Where'd it go? Yellow. No. Red. What to do with them? Oh, they got knocked down. That was blue. Okay. Or you can just design and build your own. That's what I do. You can build really big ones. You can build small ones. You ever seen the small ones I've built? You get a printer? I mean, the Alpha 3 starter set's like $30, dude. That 3D printer is like $500. This is a kit our kind of defunct club used to design and build and sell. This is a scale model of an IQSY Tomahawk. This is fully 3D printed except for the tube. Super easy to load motors in. It's a semi-scale, you know, like I didn't spend a lot of time doing the profile of the fins and stuff. But yeah, this was we were selling this for like $15 for this kit. And it flies really good. Super easy to swap the motor out. You just pop a new one in there. You can tell this one's actually flown a number of times. This was my prototype. So it's got a broken fin. The newer ones have a little bit thicker fin profile. 3D printed the nose and everything on this one. This is the smallest rocket I've ever built. And this one actually flies, although I have not flown it. This is powered by these are all powered by Micromax engines here. This one has flown. This one has flown a number of times. Let me put it back together. Oh yeah, that one got stuck after a flight. Anyway, scale model of a Saturn V. This is, yeah, these are small. And these actually fly. Here's some other ones I've built. So this is a scale model of an AIM-9 Sidewinder air-to-air missile. Let me zoom in a little bit on it. So I designed the 3D files for this. And just for reference, here's one of the... This is an actual fin from the real missile. So this is off of an actual AIM-9 Sidewinder. And that's the scale model of it. I actually have, so that's called a canard. I actually have the wing from one as well, although it's much harder to see here. Yeah, just to give you an idea of the scale. I didn't do the roller-ons on this model. This was kind of the test model, and then I was going to make these as kits, but yeah, these are real parts from the real missile. These two are actually in scale with each other. This is an AIM-120 AMRAAM, so medium range air-to-air missile. So this is a scale model of another rocket kit called the Thor. The Thor is what I got my level 2 certification on, and it is 4 inches in diameter and almost 8 feet tall. And this is a flying crayon, and I shit you not, this thing actually flies, believe it or not. See, it's got the little motor in there. This was one I designed, 3D printed. But this is, if you don't have any hobby experience, this is a motherfucker to build. Lots of extremely little fiddly tiny parts to glue together, and they have to go on precisely or they don't match up. It's not an ideal. None of these three would be good candidates for getting into this. Because they fly, so they have to have a recovery system. These are just, they just have a rope, and they kind of tumble back down, but you have to like glue all of that together. That's Kevlar. Not that you couldn't do it, but it would definitely be a frustrating experience. Here's a kit I built. I actually built this one on stream. This was a present from one of my coworkers. I still need to fly it, but you can get I think you can get this at Hobby Lobby. It's called the Luna Dart. It comes with a launch pad and stuff. I mean, if you were here, I'd just give you the damn thing. Not this one because it was a gift, but I'd give you one and build it with you. But like I said, this is like a $30 kit, and that comes with a launch pad and everything you need. And then things get bigger. Where is it? It's over here somewhere. WTMH, welcome in. Yeah, it was I gave everybody, I work in the engineering department at a TV station, and I gave everybody these Harbor Freight toolboxes for Christmas because they were on sale, and we're all engineers and we like stuff like that. So I gave them that, except for one of my coworkers who, you know, I'm real good friends with him. I talked a lot of shit, and I was like, you ain't getting shit from me. What I had actually done is I'd bought him a fin from the engine, like one of the turbine blades from an F-16 PW100 jet engine, because he's a big fan of the F-16. So I gave him a piece of an actual F-16. So that was his Christmas present. But yeah, so let's look at the motor sizes if you want to. Sorry guys, we're going on a tangent here. Okay, where's some bigger motors at? Give me just a second. I don't have these like handy. Maybe there's one here. Oh, cool. Yeah, there is one. Okay. So in here is my very first, this is not the one I used to have. I lost it many, many years ago, but this was my very first rocket when I was a kid. I found the starter set and bought it again, built it. I actually built a giant upscale version of this for my certification flight. Nope. So actually, none of that's true. The only restrictions that you have, other than, okay, so there's ITAR stuff, but I'll hit that on a second. Basically, the restrictions on model rocketry, it's just low power and high power rocketry. So anything, and then there's amateur rocketry, but that's like super high power, and it's basically the exact same rules for it, other than there's not commercially available motors for it. High power rocketry starts at basically rocket motors of H impulse and higher. So your motors have a designation, so it's a letter. So you have like an A83. An A83 motor will take something like this and send it to about 330 feet, give or take. Okay. So the A is basically kind of like the gas tank. Okay. So you have the A8, and then the 8 is basically how fast it burns that fuel. So the lower the number is, the lower the average impulse. So think of it kind of like the difference between a Prius and a Corvette, right? So a Corvette would have a really high number. So like an A8, all right? So it goes really fast, but it burns a lot of fuel really quickly. A Prius would have like a A2, it'd be an A2. So it burns much longer, but it's roughly the same amount of fuel. So each letter designation is double the power. So a B is twice as powerful as an A motor. A C is 4 times as powerful as an A motor, or twice as powerful as a B motor. A D is twice as powerful as a D motor, or a C motor, or 8 times as powerful as an A motor. And E would be 16 times, and so on. Okay. So this is a Micromax motor right here. It looks like a firecracker, because that's effectively what it is. This is a 1/8 A. Like 2T. Does it have a T? I can't remember. Anyway, the last number is just the delay charge. So basically, you have the rocket motor burn, and then it has something called a delay. Because if it just popped off its parachute whenever the fuel was done, it would shred, because it's going 200 miles an hour. It would shred the parachute, and you would just get a bunch of pieces back. So it actually has a delay grain, which basically is just a smoke generator. So you can watch it go up, and it slows down, and then at apogee, which is the top of the flight or as close to it as possible. It has a black powder charge and pops the parachute out. That's how these work. Okay. So the last number is, and let me go get some different motors because this is a special motor. Okay, here's my... There can be 3 stages. There's 3 stages of fuel. Basically, this is a rocket called the Phantom here. And this kind of shows you the inside of it. Sorry guys, we're going off on a tangent, but this is my shit, alright? So this is the motor mount. This is recovery wadding. This keeps the hot gases of the ejection charge from burning the parachute because it's just a plastic parachute, and that's the parachute in there, the shock cord, and the shroud lines for it. Okay, so it's not 3 stages, but you basically have. Sorry, I'm kind of messy here. Let me grab this piece of paper. There's more room to draw. What do I do with my Sharpay? There it is. I should probably keep this motor away from the fucking solder. That would be really fun. Okay, so your rocket motor, like this, all right? So inside here, okay, this is our nozzle right here, okay? And then okay, so this is the inside of the rocket motor, right? So this is, if you cut one of these apart, this is kind of what it looks like on the inside. Okay, so this is the nozzle. Just made out of clay, as you can kind of see here. Okay, the bigger ones are made out of composite materials or carbon or steel, depending on, like, we'll get into the bigger motors later. Okay, this is the fuel. Propellant. So in these smaller motors, it's black powder. So you can see there's a little dimple here because sometimes you'll have a core burning. Typically you don't have that in black powder. So sometimes you'll ignite it at the top and it burns from the inside out. All the big rocket motors work like that. Black powder typically doesn't have that, and it just starts burning here and burns up. Then you have the delay, and that's a number of seconds. This has 0 on it because it doesn't have a delay. This is a special motor. So here's your bog standard A83, and then a C63, and we'll get a C67 out, and a D12.5, and a Quest composite motor just for... So green motors are standard, so if they have green printed on them, they're just kind of a standard motor. Okay. So, oh, you work at Raytheon? Did you see this WTMH. You work at Raytheon, you probably know what this is. Yeah, I'm a radio nerd myself. I'm an RF engineer, so. Same place I got this. So anyway, so if you'll look here, let me kind of zoom in so you can see. Okay, so this is the C63 and A83. And if you'll look, see how this one is full almost all the way to the top and you can't even really see down into the A? It's way down in there. It's that far down in there. So this just has so much more propellant than this does. So that part kind of varies, right? And zoom back out. It's not because they are they're effectively demilled parts because they're only good for one flight. They're not controlled export. They're not ITAR. I mean, even if it was ITAR, I could own it, but you can buy them as long as you live in the United States, basically. So I have all sorts of cool stuff. I got one of these too, and I've got the big brother of this thing. And that's at home though. I'm at my shop. But anyway, so basically this has 4 times the thrust of this. So this here would take this rocket right here and go to about 1,000 feet. So 200, 300 feet, 1,000 feet. The difference between an A and a C. Okay, so that's that last letter is the delay. So it basically burns for 3 seconds after the fuel is done burning before it pops the parachute. Now you notice this one has a 0. This is that is a baby Burt. I have the full size Burt at home. So this doesn't have a delay. So as soon as the engine propellant is done, this sets off the charge. And what you do is you actually stick 2 of these together and you can make a 2-stage rocket. So this one will burn and then this one will separate and ignite this one here. This piece will tumble back down. And you can send, if you take 3 of these here, stack them like so, and you build the right rocket, you can send that sucker to 2,600 feet, somewhere around there for a Comanche 3. Okay. So this is a mini motor here. I actually use these in spools. So this is an A10-0T because the spool, I think I actually have one over here somewhere. Where's my spool at? There's a spool in the neighborhood. Where is my spool? It's over here somewhere, I thought. I had that thing super thin for some reason. Is it on the table? Let me look. Here's one. Okay, this one has an extra clone lid. Yeah. So you can actually make spools fly. They are aerodynamically stable. It goes against the will of God in the universe itself, but I swear to God, they fly straight. And I've launched some pretty fucking big spools. So these are a lot of fun, and they don't require a recovery system because the bigger ones do, but these just kind of tumble down. But anyway, motors get bigger. So, this is a 6mm motor. That's the diameter. This is a 13mm. This is called a mini motor. This is a Micromax mini motor. These are 18 millimeter motors. These are your typical. This is what you're going to see in like 99% of the Estes kits out there. These are like, you know, $10 a pack for 3. Okay, this is a 24 millimeter motor, and this guy here, so that's the diameter. So the length is a thing as well. There are some 18 millimeter motors, like this one here, this Quest Q-Jet, and you'll notice this is C19. This is a bad motherfucker. It burns like that. This is a composite engine. So this is not black powder. This is actually ammonium perchlorate composite propellant, APCP is what we call it. Okay, this is what is in the Space Shuttle rocket booster, in the Sidewinder air-to-air missile, in the AMRAAM air-to-air missile, and basically any sort of commercial, like the SLS, the solid rocket boosters for it are APCP. They're different flavors of it, but that's the same thing. So why does it got to be black? I don't know, Juice. Bro, I don't make the rules. I can't help you on that one, man. Because white powder is not big enough. No. Hey. Don't make me get that. I will. So the disadvantage is that this is a little bit harder to ignite, and it doesn't have quite the kick that black powder does as far as burn rate. But when you drill a hole through the center of it and you have a lot more surface area, it's way more potent. And it's it basically has it's the easiest way to explain this. It has more power per ounce, basically. So it's a better fuel. It's more energy dense. Also, black powder motors, really, once you get up to a 29 millimeter, they start to have problems with like hairline fractures. And if you have a hairline fracture in the motor, you don't have a motor anymore. You have a bomb. It goes boom. So this is a 24 millimeter composite motor. And all of these are single-use motors that I've shown you so far. So Peruvian. Juice gonna get me canceled, man. I ain't got no stream. I ain't got no job. I had to come live with you, Juice. Sleep on your couch, drink your Dr. Peppers, man. No, so, and you'll notice the numbers start to get a little bit bigger. This is an E20 4W. The W on the end, so the smaller motors here, there's some kind of like obscure stuff. These have a T on it. T just means tiny. It's a micro motor. On these motors, the W means white lightning. It's the type of propellant. So you can see it says white lightning on there. That's how Aerotech does theirs. So they have an E20, and it might be like a T, which is their Blue Thunder. And then they have their Warp 9 propellant, which is just absolutely stupid. Because it has burn times of like a quarter of a second. It's like a shotgun blast. But this right here would take this rocket to well over 3,000 feet. It would actually fit in here if it had a different motor mount. Yeah, motor mount, it don't fit. But there's an old kit called the Mockbuster that would fly on a G motor that was 24 millimeters and would go almost a mile high and break the sound barrier. So 24 millimeters, some pretty impressive stuff. I have a rocket called the Slab. I had to go grab the Slab. I get slow, low, and banging. You know that, Juice. It has 4 of these, and it has a center 38 millimeter mount. So let me show you all a 29 millimeter motor. See how Mercury has his out here. Okay, give me just a second. I gotta go grab this stuff. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Hopefully y'all are still with me. Yeah, well, it gets more expensive, okay? So these guys are about 25 bucks for two for these motors. And sorry, I forgot to grab one more thing. Okay, so I've got a box of expended motors here. Okay, so this is a 29 millimeter single-use motor, and these are about 40 bucks a piece. This guy will. Did I lose my camera? What happened to my camera? Hang on a second. Yeah, give me a second. It's not dead. It's just thinking. There we go. Okay, we're back. Anyway, this is 29 millimeter. This is about 40 bucks a flight for this. So, this is an H100. This is a 38 millimeter motor. These guys are just a hair under $100. This is an like I said, this is an H100. You can see, like, this stuff really starts to scale. The little motor fits in the asshole of the big motor. But wait, there's more. This is a J250. And these guys are, I think this was about 180 bucks. Okay. So, and then here's one of those, this is a larger 24 millimeter motor here. Now, those are all single use. We also have reloadable motors. So this is a 24 millimeter reloadable. This is Monster Motors, but this was designed by Aerotech. Let me zoom in just a little bit so you can see. And the way these guys work is you put basically the propellant in there. Sometimes you'll drill the delay grain. It'll go into this part here. And you put your ejection charge in there. And you put some O-rings in there. Don't fuck that up or you'll blow the motor up. And then you fly it. Now this motor, I only paid 30 bucks for it. This thing's normally about 80 complete. So I got a really good deal on it. But the reloads are about half to 2/3 of the price of a single use. It'll blow up. You'll blow the side out of it, or you'll burn the threads up. It'll blow out the ass end of it. Bad things that can happen. Typically, I mean, it's not that big of a deal. You know, it'll typically take out the rocket. But anyway, here's a 29 millimeter. Now these are hobby line, right? So this is something that you can fly without a certification. This is a 2940-120. There are a couple of reloads for this. And the reloads for this start at like $15 for an E motor, and they go all the way up to $40 or $50. But there are some high power reloads for this that are considered high power, but not many. And then this guy's about $110 for the whole case. Now this one just okay. So this is just the case. I didn't grab the right one. This is a 38 millimeter. And they come in different lengths. So this is the 38-720, which is basically the impulse that you can put in it. So there's shorter versions of this and longer versions. So it's kind of hard to see all of it. Let me zoom all the way out. And this case set was like 200 and some change but it came with the, I think it's the 240, or the 360 and the 720. And then it comes with all of the stuff for it. But this is a high power motor, so you have to get your level 1 certification, and sometimes level 2 depending on the preload you put in this. And then we get to the big boys. So and there's longer ones than this. This is actually loaded. You can see the ejection charge, and there's the nozzle of it. This is a 54 millimeter motor. This is made by Cesaroni. This is another company that was made by Aerotech. So I'm actually friends with the owner of that, or the former owner. He sold it a while back, that company, which is kind of cool. But yeah. So this motor casing is probably about $200 for all the pieces you need for it. And then the reloads for it can go north of $250 for the longer ones. And it gets longer. I'm not going to be able to show this on camera all the way, but just to kind of give you an idea of the size of this fucking thing. That's as much as I can show on camera. And they get bigger. Merker and I only have our level 2 certs. They go up to 98 millimeters, which is, that big around. So this guy here is upwards of $250 a flight. But once again, you don't go to the park and fly this thing. You are flying something that has electronics on it. So this is the electronics bay for my AIM 54 Phoenix, which is a half scale. I'm sure WTMH knows what the Phoenix is and how fucking big a half scale Phoenix would be. But this is the electronics bay for that. This rocket weighs upwards of 20 pounds loaded and will go about 4,500 feet depending on the motor I put in it. I have actually built all of these electronics, so these are kits that I assembled. So this is it's called TRS, Total Recovery System. So the bigger motors, they don't have delays. They have a smoke charge, but they don't have a delay, and they don't have ejection charges. So you actually set off your ejection charges with electronics on board the rocket itself. And this is so this is what we call a dual deploy setup. You'll notice I've got 3 batteries here. 2 of them go to the TRS. One of them is simply for the tracking side of it, and the other one is for the part of the electronics that set off the charges themselves. This is a smaller one here called I believe this is the Quark. And this is basically a redundant thing here. So this has its own set of charges. We use black powder charges to separate it. You have 2. You'll separate the rocket and have a drogue parachute. And then when it gets down to like 1,000 feet or 500 feet, depending on how you set it, you have another main charge that deploys the main parachute. So the parachute in this guy is like 8 feet in diameter, I think. It's fucking huge. But this also gives me GPS tracking data over a 432 megahertz tracking link that I have a big antenna on the ground for. And I can track this thing, 20 miles up. This one doesn't go that high, but so you get three separate batteries. These are the two, we call them flight computers. They're avionics. And then this here is the switches. This is the safety switch. So, those remove before flight sticks and stuff. We actually have those on these, and they are functional. So this is how big it gets. But you can go to Estet or Hobby Lobby. And let me go look real quick. Do I have an Alpha 3 here? I actually don't. I don't know if I've ever built one. Sorry we got derailed, guys, but I'll talk about rocketry all fucking day long and twice on Sunday. So let's see what they have here at Hobby Lobby. I only say Hobby Lobby. I would recommend going to your local hobby shop and supporting them, personally. But, if I think you've got stuff there, but well, they don't carry the Alpha 3 kit anymore. Oh, if there's a list, I'm on it, man. So that's $27, and the funny thing is WTMH is most of the stuff. There's not really a lot of secret squirrel stuff in guided missile technology. Like the exact implementations, yes. Most of that knowledge is pretty open source. I have manuals for some of that shit, believe it or not. But if you get that right there, yeah. So, but anyway, going to what you were saying before, you can actually make, and you don't call it guided, you can make active stabilized rockets. Joe Barnard does it, and I know, God, what is his name? Jarvis, Ben Jarvis has done it. I think Zyla Foxland has done some. She worked with Joe Barnard on his stuff, but I think she's done her own as well. But there are a number of people, and I think there's kits out there now that you can get that are active stabilization, and you can actively steer them. But yeah, there is a fine line there. There's no actual laws against it per se. But yeah, that's an active stabilization. You're still flying it like a model rocket kit. You're flying, or high power rocket kit. But basically, for flying the small stuff, there's no speed regulations. There's no height regulations. It is simply the amount of propellant, which is 4.4 ounces, and the total weight of the rocket, which I believe is still 3.3 pounds. Anything higher than that, you just need a waiver from the FAA. That's it. The rocketry vendors won't sell you motors that are high power unless you're certified. So in order to fly high power, you need to be a member of either NAR, which is National Association of Rocketry, or EEE, which I'm a member of, or not currently a member, but I'll re-up it this year just because it's been a while. I haven't flown in a while. So, and then you have to get your level 1 certification. And the level 1 certification is super easy. You just have to fly the rocket. That's it. You make a flight on it, you recover it successfully. It has to be an H&I motor. Has to be a normal rocket, so you can't do like a spool or any sort of odd rock or like a rocket glider or something like that. It has to be a standard, 3 fins and a nose cone, 4 fins, 10 fins if you really want to get fancy, but whatever. So I've been through that because I've done a launch literally in the middle of an airport before. So I've been through the process. It's really not hard. And typically they're not even going to see the rockets. It's just more. So what the waiver process does is basically if you're flying something that's going to interfere with. So I'm a student pilot as well. So if you're flying something that's going to interfere with IFR, which is Instrument Flight Rules, so aircraft flying on instruments, basically stuff that's mostly above 18,000 feet, the FAA wants to know so that they can vector stuff around you, or they set it up so that you call them in when you're doing a flight that goes into a certain zone. So for example, like our waiver, we have a standing waiver at our field, and we just activate it. So we call them in and say, hey, I think it's like a 24-hour notice. You just call into the center and say, hey, we're going to activate so-and-so waiver for these 3 days. And they're like, cool, you're good to 25,000 feet. Anything above that, you need to call in. You give them like a 10-minute call in on that. But that's all handled by the launch officials. You as the flyer just need to go to the sanctioned launch to fly that stuff. Now, anything G and below, for the most part, there's a couple G motors that count as high power, but typically G class and below motors, you can just go fly in your backyard. As long as you're, basically at that point, you're hitting city and state laws. There are certain rules and regulations that the model rocketry hobby has put into place so that if you follow those, you'll fly safely, but they're not really like, the police aren't going to come arrest you if you don't have a launch field that's the correct size. But you don't want to do stupid shit. Because when you're flying something with this fucking thing in it, and it comes down ballistic, it does serious damage. It'll bury itself to its fins. It's pretty spectacular. So they can't arrest somebody they can't find. No, they can't. But as far as the high power stuff, you don't technically need to be a member of either one. You can just kind of do it on your own, but nobody's going to sell you the motors. Now, Tripoli, you can fly at sanctioned launches with experimental motors, as in you make your own motors, which I've done before. I haven't flown them at a launch. I've flown them on my own. And you can get a waiver on your own and do your own launch and not have anything to do with those two organizations, but it's a giant pain in the ass, and it's like $70 a year to be a member of those organizations. That's if you want to fly high power. If you're doing the small stuff, you don't need anything. Both Tripoli and NAR are good for model rocketry. You can join them if you want to. It's kind of, if you want to support the hobby and the organization, you can do that. If you want to fly at any of their sanctioned launches, you do have to be a member. But like I said, it's like $70 a year, which is, when you're flying a $200 motor, it's that entry fee is pretty cheap. But yeah, as far as like, if I were you, just go to Hobby Lobby, buy one of those kits that has the, anything with the starter set, get yourself some engines, and fuck it, dude, we'll FaceTime and build one. That's why I got back into it was, you know, with the kiddo, my ex-girlfriend's kid. He was real big into that stuff. And I mean, honestly, dude, that's probably the reason I don't really fly much anymore is I did it for him. And it's not as much fun doing it on your own, you know? I mean, I have fun with it, but it's a lot more fun when you got a kid to do it with. Oh, I just brushed my fucking LED. Oh, well, they're cheap. It was like $1 for all of those. No, I don't want to be on the ground. I was born to fly. So anyway, let's get back to this, shall we? Sorry for you guys watching for the non-rocketry content, but you guys that have followed me long enough know that we go off on tangents here all the time. Yeah, my primary thing on here, what should I call you? Is it WTMH? I don't know. Should I try to pronounce it some way? I guess I probably got a little bit of it. We've all got a little bit of the tism. You know, we might crack open some Pokemon cards here. You know, there's a little bit of everything. You never know. Nah, dude, it's good. I like to talk about that, even though I don't really, you know, don't really do it much anymore. I'm always down for. I can teach somebody how to do something, you know. Yeah, South Plains Model Rocketry YouTube page. There's not a lot of people that follow that, but we've got a few videos there. If you're interested in that stuff, I've got the build instructions. That's tism. Oh, man. But I've got some instructions there. WT. Clear back to Justin TV. This was an old streaming site, wasn't it? WT. We'll stick with that. I'm Aramis Belmont. Welcome in. I typically do speedrunning in here. I speedrun Castlevania games, old NES games. I also do storm chasing, so if that's any of that stuff you're interested in, you know, definitely hit the follow button if you want to. Also, guys, we just recently hit 500 followers, and we got to do something, right? I don't know what. Okay, don't fall, not pressure. Peel off this film before install. Okay. Just bring your ass down here, dude. I've got the Colorado. I just here, go check out the Discord. If you guys aren't in the Discord, I'm gonna post the pictures right now. I just got the antennas installed on my storm chasing vehicle. Oh, not a Time Lord. Fucking cool, dude. I just saw your post there. There we go. I bought Starlink this year, so some of you guys were with me on my first chase. So let's do kind of a test fit here. Okay. So we're definitely going to have to do some trimming here. All right, time to get the Dremel out. And I apologize for the noise in advance. I think I'll mute my mic. So what am I going to have to trim here? Let me get the Sharpie out and kind of mark where I need to trim. So this is a pre-trimmed shell, but it's not for the ammo LED. I don't do water. So that's why I joined the Army. I was a tanker. That's how Juice and I know each other. Of course, I don't do that anywhere near as much as I used to. Yeah, it's not cheap, not a Time Lord. I need to get that donation set up going so I can beg you guys for money. Okay. I also do a bit of miniature painting on here as well on the Warhammer nut. Oh, cool. I do a little bit of the radio stuff myself. Oh God, that was a long time ago, man. Sorry about that. Grabbing my last Coke. Anyway, where was I? We were here somewhere. You know, I still get that armor set, Juice. Oh, let me get caught up. Yeah, my friend Obsolete, who's not in here right now, he's studying for his general. I've been an amateur extra for 15 years now. Hang on, I'm catching up with chat. Let me get a we just lost our music there. Let's do some Pokemon, shall we? The TBI injury, oof. You know, I'm lucky. I don't really talk about this a lot on here, but I do talk about the Army from time to time, but I did do 2 combat deployments to Iraq, and I was hit by IEDs more than once, and luckily, I don't know how, I escaped TBIs. There was 2 times that I should have gotten one. And we're gonna leave it there. But, yeah, so this is my ICOM IC2730. This is going in the truck. I just posted some pictures in Discord of the antenna I just mounted and stuff. So, I have walked away from shit that I shouldn't have. I've been in a plane crash. Wrecked the car out storm chasing hydroplane. It was pretty fucking embarrassing. Went to Iraq twice and managed to make it back. I've climbed towers, not necessarily part of the job, but I've been to the top of my big broadcast towers, 1,000 feet above the ground, almost. Yeah, I've done all sorts of stupid shit. And I've yet to pay for my mistakes yet. I'm sure one of these days it's going to happen, but yeah, Juice, going back to I still have that armor, man. Like when I do speedrunning marathons, I'll have that as the helmet as a reward, because I can't put the whole thing on during a stream because I literally need somebody to help me with that. But did you ever help me put that shit on? But yeah, I will put that on during a stream. We're gonna pack the screen away for now, because I've got to cut this out. So yeah. Yeah, I think that was just I think I only wore the chest plate at Karma. Yeah, I've got a set of plate mail, and I would back when we had metal shows and shit, I'd run sound for them, and I would take it out. Yeah, we did do it at my house. Yeah, we'd put the whole thing on there. God, that was a nightmare. But I'd put that on, and I'd go out in the mosh pit and just let people wail on me. It was good shit, man. Too bad Convor's not in here. He could tell you some stories about that shit. But man, a long time ago, I used to do the whole LARP thing, but with like, like PVC swords, wrap them in foam and stuff, so you didn't have to wear armor. But I used to know this girl. I guess I still know her. I just haven't talked to her in forever. And she does the full-on, like, Boohurt combat fighting where they wear full armor and they have metal weapons. They have blunt edges, but they have, like, actual fucking swords and shields. Just like that Claymore sword I had. And they would... The Keyblade. Oh my god, I forgot about that. And she used to do that. Man, she was an awesome chick. The sad thing is since I split up with my ex, I've had almost no interest in dating. I haven't been on a date, man. And I thought I thought I was going somewhere with her. She was super cool. I haven't talked to her in over a year. We talked all the time, and then just all of a sudden she kind of didn't reply much anymore. That one kind of sucked, but it is what it is. But yeah, that Keyblade and the fucking Claymore that I built, and the staff weapons. Those were the days, man. Okay, well, I'm going to get the Dremel tool out, and we're going to kind of cut on this. Hopefully don't fuck it up. I might fuck it up. Hey, it's content, right? Let me grab it real quick. Yeah, it sucks dating when you're 40, man. Like I literally have not met anybody other than that one girl. Like I said, I don't know what happened, man. We were hanging out all the time, and then just like I don't know. Right. No, my last relationship was, I helped raise her kid, and I don't know, honestly, that kind of fucked me up, man. He had barely turned 1 when we started dating, and he was 7 when we split up. And then she told us we could still see each other, and then she decided that wasn't a good thing. And I mean, it wasn't like a bad breakup or anything. I still talk to her occasionally. Well, I probably shouldn't. Okay, so I'm going to mute my mic because this is going to be super annoyingly loud. So y'all just... Let me find my mouse there. Enjoy the chill tunes. Oh, Juice, you're going to want this muted. And in fact, let me put that on. I have a stream deck here. Why am I not using it? Y'all are not going to like this. You sure you want me to run that? Let me at least turn it. Okay. Let me see if this works. Okay. Maybe this isn't too bad. In fact, I think I want to do it from this side here. Safety squints engaged. Okay. Turn that back up. Yeah, I turned the mic down way low. Okay, I need to go grab my knife. In fact, I should probably tape off the front of this just to protect it. Yeah, WT. I don't know. Like, it's not that I don't want to date. It's just, I haven't met anybody that's worth giving up my fucking peace of mind and time, you know? Like, Juice, you're lucky, man. There ain't a lot of... There's shitty men out there, too. There ain't a lot of good women out there, man. The sad thing is, I had one until she wasn't. Okay. I will say, WT, if you find the right one, the whole lifestyle thing, man. You find the right partner in crime, and it makes it all worth it. I miss having a partner, and I see what some of my friends go through with their fucking significant others. You know, because I'm not giving up my peace. I have my peace. I'm not giving it up for nobody. But if you find somebody who's a good partner in life for you, you know, they take that away. You know, you find a real ride or die. Yeah, Juice knows what I mean. Yeah, see, that's what I'm, and see, that was the bad thing about this girl, man, is like, I vibed with her and you know, she did a lot of the same shit I do. She had interest in a lot of the same shit I did. I thought there was really something there, and then, I don't know, I probably fucked it up. Wouldn't be the first time. Let's be honest here, I'm not exactly a fucking catch. Bro, we all know she only wants you for your turntables. Okay, that way we don't fuck any of the rest of this up. So this is kind of the hard part here, is going to be trimming this part of the shell. Kind of a bitch. Okay, need to take a hair more out. Okay, that's fine. And then all of that down there. All right, here we go again. All right, here we go. Turn that down some. There we go. You dick. Hang on, I need a battery. Give me a second. Tasty Dr. Pepper and cream soda. There we go, there's my tap. Yeah, Juice, I wouldn't say that I'm on a diet, but I'm on a diet. I've lost 45 pounds so far. Trying to get back to 200. Okay. Here we go. Okay, let's clean this up. And I'll go get the knife. Okay, let me turn the volume back up so y'all can hear me. Maybe you don't want to hear me, but you're going to hear me anyway. There's always a mute button. Where were we? 20 kilos in what time? Oh, I'm not doing anything crazy, dude. It's been, I guess, it's probably over 6 months. I had some problems over the holidays. I was visiting a friend's family, and I didn't really gain any back, but I kind of stopped at 220. And I've had a lot of stuff at work where I was working like really long hours and stuff, and I've had a lot of shows and other things, so I kind of was stuck around 220. But I'm finally back on the diet, and I'm down to 215 as of this morning. So, oh, not a Time Lord. That sucks, man. My parents used to fight. My old man passed away when I was, I guess I was 20. I'd already moved out. He was actually not my real dad. He was a stepdad, but you know, I never knew my real dad. He didn't want to have anything to do with me, so fuck him. So Dad was always there. I guess that's why one of the reasons I've taken this whole thing with the kid like really hard, because you know, I wasn't his dad, but his dad didn't want much to do with him either. Towards the end, he did some more, which was nice, but oh, dude, that's got to be the worst, man. But yeah, no, basically all I'm doing WT as far as like diet, I cut out as many carbs as I could, so no bread, very few tortillas. I can't completely say no to tortillas, but I do meal prep, and I eat spicy as fuck food, so I cook with like a lot of habanero, and I've even started cooking with ghost pepper. So spicy stuff makes you drink more water, and I drink a lot of water. No more sugary drinks. The only thing I do is stuff that is completely zero sugar, like this, and I try to minimize that. And basically just a lot of meat and veggies. Spicy flavors over sweet flavors. I don't do anything extreme. And I still try to you know, I can eat anything. It's just I had to do it in moderation, you know. I try not to eat fast food as much as possible, and when I do, I try to get something like a snack wrap at McDonald's versus, you know, a burger and fries. Or go to a place that has a salad buffet, stuff like that. And it just like Luthon, I will ban you, and I won't even feel bad about it. In fact, Juicebox banned his ass. Bro, don't give me that I can't do shit. That is not the Juicebox I know. Yep, I love me some Dr. Pepper. I got that from Mom. Which Texas says practically. You're not wrong. Okay, this next part kind of sucks. So, see, this is what I had to do when I built Luth on the Game Boy because I was doing a special shell. Should quit doing these. It's the greatest country in the world. Oh, you used to be in San Antonio. Nice. Okay, I got to hit the Dremel again. Sorry. Okay. Damn it. Okay. This should be it for the Dremel. I got shit everywhere. I don't have any grenades over here. They're all at home. San Antonio, just like Compton. Juice knows what I'm talking about. And I'm kind of sad the YouTube crowd has been kind of quiet. Now that I got chat pulled up, nobody ever talks there anymore. If I don't have chat pulled up on YouTube, people talk and then I just... know that's going to be a problem. Okay. Now, what's going to get you banned calling a Coke a pop? I don't know if we're going to finish this tonight, boys. Okay. Okay. I think I'd learned to buy shells that are already pre-cut, but I should have figured out by now. I'm not the smartest person in the entire world. Okay. We win though, because text exactly. Okay. Okay, that seems to fit that way. Get some friction. Okay, we're almost there. Wait, there's a Indianapolis? Really? Just call Walker, Texas Ranger. He'll take care of it. of the ranger are upon you. Okay. That's just science. Oh, okay, so that tab needs sorry this is taking so long, guys. What is major malfunction? Exactly, WC, you got it. Oh, maybe there's some still there. Okay. Oh yeah, I see now. All right. Oh, sorry. I was hoping I was, but I'm not. We gotta do some more surgery. Okay, hopefully now we're done with the rotary. Okay. Really hard to tell where this thing is binding up, but hopefully I found it. And it's almost there. Yeah, I guess I need to take out some more there. Okay. Not a Time Lord, thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. Mr. Chakra. What's going on with you, Mr. Chakra? All right. Prepare thy ears. I'll turn it down some. It is. We're slowly building. I got distracted. We were talking about rockets. I want to know, everybody in chat right now, I want you to know I'm very disappointed with each and every one of you. For you allowed Jader to come in here with blasphemy and ill intent and desecrate this most holy of chat rooms with the most distasteful and untrustworthy X. Pyramids are okay. We love pyramids here. Beaver cheese pyramids, love them. Tricera nachos every day. But a pyramid of X's? Oh, no, no. Aramis Belmont cannot co-sign on that. Thank you, WT. You're doing the Lord's work. All right, Juice. How is the chakra? How is the Jader? Okay, we got to do some more Dremlin. God damn it, Jader. How you doing, man? Okay, turning the mic back down. Ooh, Japanese characters. Nice. How's your translation coming along? Did we lose our music? Looks like we lost our music. I've returned our music. Big old pile of meh. Well, Chakra, if there's anything I can do to help, you let me know, buddy. I will debase myself in ways unimaginable for your entertainment. Do anything except use the X. We do not the X here. Why? If you want to do some gaming sometime, let me know, man. I've been meaning to check up on you again. I just kind of been in my own mess sphere. We can hop and chat and make fun of Sig. All sorts of fun things. Oop. Okay, gotta turn it back down. Go get that elbow shot for free. I can't wait till you're done, Dirk. That's going to be awesome. Sorry, let me catch up with chat. I really should tie that to a button, huh? Fuck! Why? I don't understand. Why are you not fitting? I mean, I guess we can try to move even more there, but I'm running out of. Yeah, it's surprising I have clean air because I was digging around in my engine compartment and up in the headliner today to install the antenna and battery cable. Okay, I think we're going to try a different tool here. Try the sanding wheel. Okay, got to turn it back down. Okay. Okay. Okay, what's more with feeling? Well, okay, I got a couple areas I can work on. Okay. It feels closer. Okay. Crack the screen. I think I just need to whiten a little bit of this, just a hair. So I'm going to get some sandpaper. And we're going to do it that way. And that little okay. I wonder if that was it. Let's see. Probably not. Almost there. All right, let's grab some sandpaper. We're going to take a little bit off it here. I should be home by now, but I'm determined to get this damn thing working. Okay, where did I put it? I have a screen here somewhere. Aha! Think? Yeah! Okay, almost there. Wait a minute. Let's take a little bit more off at the top. Anybody got any plans for this weekend? Okay, this part gives me the heebie-jeebies. I really don't want to do this, but I don't think I have much of a choice. I don't have any better way to do this. Crank the RPMs way down. There we go. Fucking finally. Look at that. Pitch flush. Just a hair out. Oh my God. What a nightmare. Next time I try to do a cool case, somebody shoot. Nothing, Chakra. Why don't you fly down here, dude? You can go to the Ham Fest with me. Then you would wish you didn't have plans. Nah, I mean, I like my people. Okay. Now let's turn the soldering iron on, because I am bound and determined to fucking get this thing put together. What time is it? Oh my God, it's midnight. Okay, so that's the same as the other. Okay. Hey, log hair, sorry. See, I wasn't paying attention again. Okay. There's that. that one bit. No, that's right. Okay. Maybe I need to let me think about this for a second. This goes like this. I did have it right. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. Now we're cooking with fire. solder the wire. Okay, solder the wire first. Close enough for government work, at least for testing. Okay. Just let us test this thing. And let's see if she chooches. Okay, 3.11 volts. I'm fine. Hey! She chooches. Or did. There we go. Cool. I think I gotta solder that wire a bit better. Yep. Hi-hat. Oh, for your MY apostrophe TR. Okay, so I need to pop this off. Surface on the back of the screen. I do need to cut There we go. Well, it's not sticky at all. So what does your pie hat do? What all does it do exactly? Shit. Man, I've got to get home, but I really want to go. There's other proper connections between the Pi 3B board and the Mr. User. Now all you stupidly wealthy Mr. Users can be just like them. Oh, I'm sorry. Because of the thanks, dude. How's that? That should be much better. I had it turned down when I was doing the dremeling. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I love trackballs, dude. I mean, I love balls in general. Who doesn't, right? Okay. See if we can clean this up a little bit. Make it a little bit more transparent. Let me go grab some more sandpaper. Yeah, I own like 3 of them. I guess work owns 2 of them, but all right, let me get a buffing wheel and see if we can clean that up a little bit. There's some buffing compound somewhere. Red polish, but it should do. Should do the job for us. All right, Dirk. I'll be here. Nice. Look at the fret polishing compound here. Look at that. That looks way better than it did. Let me try this little deal. Hey man, if your boom boom polish is nice and clear, I think that's a medical emergency. And I'm not 100% sure, but I'd definitely get that checked out. See if we can get it a little more clear. Not perfect, but I think I can live with it. Okay. So that's going to be it. I got to wash this thing off and let it dry. So yeah, it's not perfect, but you know that doesn't look too bad. And when the the motherboard and stuff is going to be in there, it's going to look fine. Yeah, what a lot of work though, man. I was hoping to build some more hammers tonight, but we didn't get to build more hammers tonight. But let's go see if we can raid somebody, maybe. I don't know. I'm not going to promise anything, but we'll see who's on. And I guess I'll be back tomorrow because I got to get this thing done before I leave. Oh yeah, we got plenty of people to raid.
Oh, thank you much, Willie. Legacies.
Let's keep it in the CV family. And we're going to go say hello to Mr. Opry. If you guys don't follow Opry, you absolutely should.
Thanks to the guy co-op.
You too, dude. It's good seeing you, man.
It feels good to get help fast. It feels good to go.
Well, thank everybody for hanging out, and we'll see you tomorrow. And it'll be a few days before I stream again, or maybe I'll stream on Saturday. I don't know. It depends on what Obsolete wants to do. So, you guys had a great time. It's always good hanging out with you guys, especially the new peoples and the old peoples.
Let's put this thing mercifully to bed.
And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Holy shit, Aramis Belmont. Aramis Belmont, thank you so much for the raid.